Alright. And hello, people who are coming in. Hope you're doing well. I'm still doing a little bit of posting my links in different places, but that's not it. It's here. There you go. I'm in so many Discord servers, and I just realized that. I usually don't, like, advertise in all of them, but I was like, well, I might as well, right? Little. I feel like it's not, it's not rude to do that. Is it? Maybe? I don't know. Well, good to hear that you're doing good. Let's see. Just gotta make sure I got everything all set up here. Can enjoy some Ace Attorney music, because honestly, it's impressive to me how much they got out of the Game Boy Advance sound card, because the Game Boy Advance sound card is not good, but like the first Ace Attorney game is from the Game Boy Advance, and the music is honestly incredible. And then I like look back at like Mother 3 that was also on the Game Boy Advance, and the music is incredible. And like Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald had really good music. It's just, how did they do that on such a tiny little weird console that had less musical fidelity than the Super Nintendo? But I digress. Today we're going to be playing The Great Ace Attorney. I was going to say I've played every single Ace Attorney game, but that's a lie. I have not played Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton, or the other way around. My voice is crackling a bit. Oh, is that my microphone? Is it acting up again? Is it? I don't even know how to check whether I'm crackling or not. Let's see. The original Ace Attorney came out in Japan on the Game Boy Advance. The first 3 games came out in Japan on the 3DS, and then they re-released them onto the DS, both in Japan and America. So America never got the Game Boy Advance versions. Actually, I don't remember if the 3rd game came out on the Game Boy Advance in Japan. It might have just been the first or the first 2 games that were on Game Boy Advance. But yeah, it was a Game Boy Advance game first. That much is true. Is my voice crackling because it's too loud, or is my voice just crackling? All 3 of the first ones came out on GBA. Yeah, okay, well there you go. Thank you, Kipe. I got Taco Bell right before starting my stream, because I was like, I'm getting hungry and I do not have the energy to make food. I only have the energy to stream. That's the important part right now. Wow. Alright. Let's see. Alright, I'm hearing this, but why am I not seeing it? Hold on, my thing is acting up. Hello, Robin Saker. I'm going to get started in a sec, but for now, just relaxing. I'm sitting here drinking my Baja Blast, and I hope you guys have been having a good weekend. I don't drink soda very often, but when I do, it's a delight. It's an overly sweet delight, but it is a delight nonetheless. Speaking of delights, I did not get the Cinnabon Delights this time from Taco Bell, which I usually super love. But I gotta take care of my body a little bit, right? And spend less money on fast food. I am going into this game completely blind. I have no idea what happens in the Great Ace Attorney part of the timeline. I do know what happens in versus Layton, which I haven't played yet, but I do know what happens there. I have absolutely no idea about the Great Ace Attorney. So, okay, let me at least switch over to the monitor. Like, hold on. This is like the objection music. Do I have the other objection songs, actually? I think I do. Objection. No, I think this is the only one that I have. Wait, actually, this must be the DS collection of the music, because it has Emma on here on the cover. So Emma was exclusive to the DS version of the first game. Yeah, it doesn't have the other ones. Okay, I wanted to play the Objection music. I have like covers of it, but not the actual one. Unless this is one? Can I just hit play next? Play next, there you go. Cancel. Okay, so if we go like this. Oh, no, that's just the orchestra version. Well, never mind. Anyway, let's get into the game. That is hyping me up just a little bit, but I am very ready to play the Great Ace Attorney. And this is 2 games in one collection, so I'm also excited about that. So that means we have, if it's like the other Ace Attorney games, it would be 8 cases, I assume, because each game tends to have 4 cases. Versus Layton is very skippable. That's what I hear. That's why I skipped it. But a lot of people tell me like, Versus Layton is a very, very specific case in the Ace Attorney creation timeline, like actual real life, the games when they were made, because Ace Attorney versus Layton is where like the writing staff kind of split with the Ace Attorney games, because the first 3 games were written by I forgot his name, but the main writer for the Ace Attorney series, and then he was co-opted to work on Versus Layton because like they had the idea to work together, and then they kind of all started working together. So then he had his like B team write the story for Shu Takumi. He had his B team write the story for the Miles Edgeworth games, which are 2 different games. The second Miles Edgeworth game is like my favorite Ace Attorney game, I think. The first one is probably the weakest in the series, and then the second one is like one of my favorite in the series. But they did the writing for those 2 games, and I don't know if they had finished Versus Layton before that, but I think they also did the story for Apollo Justice, if I'm correct. And that's why that one was a little bit weird. And then I don't remember if he came back for Dual Destinies or what happened past then. He was also working on Ghost Trick at the time, which I am going to play in October. I have decided that I'm going to play Ghost Trick on the stream in October. Anyway, let me continue. Let me stop talking about these things. I do want to show off Ghost Trick, because Ghost Trick is such a good underrated game, and it's available on iOS. So, game supports an autosave feature. Please do not turn the console off whilst the icon displayed at the top of the screen. Okay. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Hold on, my volume is very low. I'm gonna put this up to, nope, that's the wrong one. Let's do it there. I think I'll put the audio to like here for you guys, because I think I'm louder than usual today. I'm not sure why my microphone is doing that, but I'll take it. I seem to be in the yellow for most of the part. I did notice that I was like cutting out at some parts, so hopefully that won't be too much of a problem. I'll lower my volume if it's too bad. Okay. It is time for me to continue. To begin. This is before the first game, so... Options, hold on, wait. Subtitles on. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Just gotta look at stuff. Voice English, yeah, we'll keep it on English. Story mode. Oh no, that's the easy mode version. Okay. All right. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures is the first one, and then Great Ace Attorney Resolved. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve is the second one. But yeah, let's go with Adventures, and let's begin with an actual like anime cutscene.
The Empire of Japan, after opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Oh, so we're in
The
Japan.
revolution washed over the land,
Okay.
making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some were swept away by the tide.
Oh no.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh no. I'm pretty sure that's us. Why do I have a gun in my hand? The Adventure of the Great Departure. (22nd November, 8:43 a.m.) Supreme Court of Judicature? Judicature? I don't think I've ever seen that word before. Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh man, how do I say Ryunosuke Naruhodo, but in in English? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh, that sounds so weird. But I'm not about to like change the way I say his name every single time. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I think that works. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yeah, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Hey, Yin. We're playing the Great Ace Attorney. We're just starting out and we're learning about what's going on. Apparently, I was holding a gun at a murder, so we will see what happened. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. What was that? Sorry, there's loud noise in the back of... I have no idea what that was. Okay. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Cosma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Cosma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Cosma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire? Wish I could see it too. Thank you, Keeping. These two are gay for each other in a way that puts Wright and Edgeworth to shame. Good. I'm very excited. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only we're that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? I don't know who this is. I don't know which of these... Okay, it's him. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Cosmo before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Cosmo studying abroad. Asogi's told me a lot about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. And never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling that Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving you're innocent will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But, then, what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Oh, sorry, that was him. Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem more That's a word. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Here we go, here we go! We are beginning! What's Phoenix Wright Japanese name? I know his first name is Naruhodo, or last name, family name, I don't know. Part of his name is Naruhodo, I don't remember the other part of his name. And I don't remember whether Naruhodo is his family name or his first name. 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Ryuichi, yes, okay. So we have Ryunosuke and Ryuichi. Naruhodo. So, this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Is that the ancestor of pain? Of Winston Payne? Winston Payne? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of an advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do. Let's do it. If he trusts in me, I will trust in him. And in him, Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will Yes! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotobi told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. Think I won't be able to get you off. Excuse me? Please, why did you word it that way? I'm saving that. It's not that I don't think I'll be able to get you off. Oh my god. You can't word it that way. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already?
Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought here to the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of R. You know, just press R in real life. If you've ever forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Oh, this is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Yes, Winston Payne's Japanese name is Takafumi Aochi. Takafumi Aochi. I get it. That's funny. And then press X to present. Cool.
Yes!
Yes! Why is yes my thing to say? The victim's name was John H. Wilson. Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these still delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been split on our soil. Oh, spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor with a U in it?
Ugh, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage. Oh my god, they're using English spelling. So it's weird to me. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body.
Yes!
Yes. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Hemorrhagic.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it?
Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
His food is untouched. Wait, why is he facing the opposite direction from the table?
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Then how come it didn't go through his body? Interesting. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then? I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikitoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Oh, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. How is your headband doing that, by the way? There's no wind, there's no fan pointing directly at you. You weren't there at the scene of the crime, you were there after it happened. I guess you were at the scene of the crime, but not at the moment of the crime.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. Doesn't really bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests.
Consumption as a quirky character trait.
This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of the day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Do I say accused or accused? Yes, hold on, let me clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found laying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point later, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Oh my god, the blood. Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around at that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. Hold on, let me look at this photo real quick. I mean, I don't see proof of anybody else at the table, though. Otherwise, I would have been like, oh, there you go. But I don't see, like, even a second cup. That would, like, give it away. It's just one wine bottle, a cup, and his steak. So, I don't know. That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite of him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? See, I don't know how it works in this one. It is the tutorial one, so I kind of just want to interject. Well, no, they said I will have my time, so we'll wait and see, I guess. I mean, it'll correct me if I'm doing it wrong anyway. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have got to Yume University otherwise. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Yes! Okay, so I did have to interject. I feel like yes is not the right thing to say there, but okay. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Objection! Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Can't really see much on the other side here. Okay. Yeah. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking for a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Cosma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? Are you gonna give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Hold on, I haven't looked at this thing. University collar pin. Okay. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive that this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I need to. I can be your angel. I can be your angel or your devil. In short few moments now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witness at once. Oh boy. That's 2 witnesses.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa, reporting for duty, sir. Oh, Yesanosa. It's, yes sir, no sir.
Myself, I employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Raste, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Correcta at your service.
Curio Collector is his name.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea, most of the exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios from which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment of the incident, that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing to... What is this baby sound? Standing by ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
So both of them? Okay. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniformed Vasily cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, like a cowardly weasel. That's not true, but okay.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
So he didn't see it, but you're saying he was shot in the back. But the autopsy says that the bullet did not go the whole way through, and it's obvious that the bullet was shot through the front, so... Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the final moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir, that wicked university cadet, sir, the cruel and unforgivable enemy.
What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous, I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Sorry. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the victim... Stop saying yes. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? Bang, hello, Zev. The defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic.
Huh? How do you know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But, I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier has to be... Which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. I like that it wasn't a bang, it was just a really light slap. As opposed to whenever anybody in the other games, they like slap it down as like thud. It just went slap. Beautiful. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Well, I already know exactly what I'm going to do, so... What the witnesses saw. I was suggesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Okay. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back. Okay, and then we go to present. And I'm going to present this photograph of the victim where he's clearly shot in the front.
Yes!
Yes! Oh, no. That's incorrect. Yes. Why am I agreeing? What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of the subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out will be an insult to the court. Cosma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iesonosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement that you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my very own military-grade eyes, sir. Yes. But no, that just can't be. Why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh,
What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Hey, Bayana. It's going well. We're playing some Ace Attorney, great Ace Attorney even. This is my first run through this game, so I'm running blind. Oh, I should add that to my. I didn't add that to the tags. I should do that actually. Tags. Can I add that? Blind. Never mind. Oh wait, I can do first, right? First playthrough? Yes, there you go. Look at that. I can add a tag. Good. But yeah, I hope you're doing good, Bayana. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
what?
Sorry, was that too loud? I hope I didn't just... The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesonosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I remember you would stream on Let's Cats. Yes, I did used to stream on that channel. I am streaming on this channel now just because it's easier. It's my username one. I'm still not sure whether I'm going to call these like Let's Cats Live or something because the YouTube channel is still called Let's Cats.
Oh, that's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Yeah.
Inconsistencies here, awarded. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. He said the title of the game. But I definitely saw him.
That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up from the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment of the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoi era koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest for my shop rest day. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day of under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Last stream I saw of yours was Breath of the Wild, so I'm happy I discovered you here again. Well, it's good to hear, Bayena. Yeah, I actually haven't played Breath of the Wild in a while, and I have to do the DLC still, so maybe I will stream that again at some point. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, was there no more? It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Oh god, I gave him the same voice. That wasn't supposed to be his voice. I was giving him the other guy's voice. Right, he had like the super old man voice. Well, why did I give him Ouchie's voice? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was only concerned with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh wow. He's already blaming the other guy for stealing it. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. I don't know if it's just me, but your mic is popping a lot. Oh yeah, Kipe did say that earlier. I have to see what's going on with my mic then. Give me one moment. Gonna lower the gain just a little bit, because I know it has been a little bit loud. But it's popping. I don't even know what to do about that. Excuse me as you hear mic sounds. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, now it seems to be better. All right, hopefully that'll help. Good. Let's continue. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but you will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. They will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. His name is Ido Nosa. I don't know, sir. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, tension! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh my god, how cute is that? The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm discharge, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in the black. That much I did see myself. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the English. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Interesting. Indeed, of the table of which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can be plainly seen, there's only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Today was a big day for me. What were you up to, Diana?
I don't understand.
What's going on here?
It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Just finished the paperwork to get your first puppy. Oh, congrats! I hope you enjoy having a puppy. It is a big responsibility, but make sure to do your best. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Oh my god, this pose. It's real. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryanosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Cosma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
I got a golden retriever right now. It's 1 week old. I'll be able to get it once it's 8 weeks of age. That's great.
What are you going to name your dog?
The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much myself I did see.
Let's press this.
Yes!
Yes. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously as the culprit, that's the only way you can explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly at that moment, maybe Tucker or Apollo, but I'm not sure. Those are cute names. Gunshot rang out in my ears.
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the code line from the floor and found myself in an equally testing predicament as well. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I didn't see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
But I wasn't pointing it at him, but okay.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes! You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing like a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Only there'd be more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. That's what you expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hot a clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry date for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Could I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence? Ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
Yes.
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness to testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Oops, sorry. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Oh my god.
Very relevant. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, correct-san.
Excuse me, I need to look at the court record. There we go. I'm gonna I can't examine it? It's not letting me examine it. I can only present it. Medical report card from Hata Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket.
Okay. Why can't I look at it? Okay, well, never mind then.
Indeed, alone the Englishman was dining all by himself.
Alright, let's press that. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can be clearly seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on, hold on. Wait a second. Oh, dang it. I was gonna say, this one is not bitten, but this one is bitten, but he's just hiding the bite mark. Are they the same steak? I think they're the same steak. Yeah, they are. Okay, well. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes! I can only press. Why aren't you telling the truth?
What? What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might have might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, that's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's just not a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Excellent work, Ryosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Can I look at it now? No, I can't. What the hell? Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones that you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using Yeah, I understand. You don't have to... can I just do it? You can move the crosshairs around 100 degrees and... Okay, yes, I know how the controls work. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned from examining it more in detail. Can I do it now? No. Oh my god. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use ooh, and to inspect any evidence of it that looks suspicious. Okay. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I'd ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Medical report card required for every visit. Can't find anything out of place. Oh, it's finished. What was the last one? Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? Like, you mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment but was prohibited from eating and drinking anything but water. Okay. So he could not eat. Interesting. So whose food was that? He was not allowed to eat. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Let's keep going. Dining all by themselves. Okay, so it's this. Whoops, I almost hit the wrong button. Let's present that. Yes! Yes! Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Robin. Well, I think, what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosma. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Huh? Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Correct, son. This is the medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? You have to make sure your throat doesn't get dry with all the reading. Yeah, that's fair. Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me. Have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Incorrect. But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. Surely there is no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly perpetrated this crime. He did it. He did the actual slam. This medical report has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. Hey, Jay. This is kind of a Meiji era Phoenix Wright. It is the story of Phoenix Wright's ancestor, as he becomes an attorney.
What? No, that can't be.
Correct, Hassan. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot be possibly the case. Wait, that said that wrong. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection! What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which just leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me. Doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the two witnesses? An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Cosma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government.
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them. These two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied while giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial,
you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit? Murder? No!
Hold it. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Correctus-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders.
No, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses give false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It is painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? We can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure that there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. What do we have? No exit wound, bullet did not pass through body. Fired at close range. I wonder. Wait, how is this picture taken at this angle? This angle doesn't make sense. I don't know if we'd be able to present that. I don't think there's anything else to check here either. Yeah. Oh, I can't skip this. My bad. I already saw this. It doesn't let you skip test if you already saw it. Okay. I got it. Oh, this is annoying that doesn't let you do this. Oh my god. Here you go. I almost hit A again, I would have been really mad. Okay.
Please, Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing.
what does the defense stage have to say about all this? Hmm? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate these witnesses is... medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University, Taketsu Aochi, John H. Wilson, the head waiter. But why would he have... I don't know who I would say. No, there's no it would be him, right? Check all your evidence again. Okay, how do I switch to things? History, present options? No. Oh, it's not letting me see my evidence. I have to pick from here. History. Oh, that's annoying. It doesn't let me see the rest of the evidence. Well, let me think back. Man, I don't know. I can't see it. It doesn't let me switch back to my evidence, so... There should be an option to skip test in the settings. Oh, okay. Let me do that. Text it. Okay. Enable or disable the skipping of unread text. Alright, I just have to make sure not to skip too much text. My brain is saying him, but... Authority in forensic medicine. I can give a hint or let you know. Well, he's the only person with access to the forensics. But I feel like I don't know him well enough to say his name. I mean, I guess I could get one thing wrong. But there was this one. This guy who was pointing out the things. I don't know. I'm going to present him. I think it's incorrect, but I'm going to present him. And then, if it's not, then it's Yujin Mikotoba.
Yes!
Oh, it was him. Okay, because he gave the card. But wasn't that medical professor talking to you earlier? Yeah, I know. I don't have any reason to say it was him, but he's the one with the most influence, so it was kind of weird. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier. You can now check your evidence, if that's true. Let's examine this again. John H. Wilson, male British. After 2 p.m. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Single bullet fired at close range. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Imperial. There's your number. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. I'm 000901. Imperial. The symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to either be round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up with cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders? Sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? Well, that was cute, but not necessarily what I needed. Oh, I can rotate this now. Okay. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Well, there you go. I said the right person. I didn't have the information about it, but I did say the right person. Actually, let me see what they have to say about this. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Oh, yes, business cards tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea, but let's face it. The police have a lot of power and influence, and they're wielding it here somehow. Okay. Oh, well now it's been updated. Okay, cool. It's a good thing I saw that before this continued.
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make the witness give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonoga's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Yes. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back. The back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. I'm close. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosanaga's sketch plan of the restaurant is on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. Oh, sorry. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there and stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen a foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Who's saying hold it? It's him. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Okay. We did see that before. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all my investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you, that at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Excuse me? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil, to name an Englishwoman as a primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. Oh, I see. Thank you for the posture check. What do you mean, Cosma? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. I don't know if that's a Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student, studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were getting from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Except the fact that you're dying. Court will adjourn. Oh, jeez, sorry. I said court really loudly and it hurt my ears. I hope I didn't hurt your ears. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. See, this is specifically dangerous because the jury is made of people, or I don't know if it's the jury, but everyone who is present is like members of the government and military and stuff like that. So the people who gave those orders to hide the woman are probably in the audience. It's a little worrying, but we will figure it out. This is only case 1, so obviously I'm going to survive. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I never want to see the inside of a courtroom ever again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, isn't she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to her detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, so I tried to pick it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, that's probably that guy. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems like you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer on this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. If I'm the kind of man, sorry. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Cosmo? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Cosmo? Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence. Uncover what really took place in that restaurant.
I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting young professor at UMA. Not young professor, just visiting professor. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash her case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside to the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said that you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court Justice of Judicature in Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Archie, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. You still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders?
Did you mean flounders? Did you say founders? I think you meant flounders. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. And by aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who can arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
That was very profound. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is in the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency?
There she is. The lady in blue.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions will take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something important. You said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are still sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Do we get to see her eyes? Oh, okay. She's wearing a mask now?
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. I should have put the first trial, this case, in Japanese, because I think the next one goes to England, so it would be cool if we started in Japanese and then went to England, but whatever, it's fine. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical faculty. I wonder if it actually lets me do that. No, not anymore. Yeah, I would have to save and then okay.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
Wait, okay. Actually, I think I am gonna do that real quick. I think that's a cool idea. Hold on. While we're in Japan, we'll switch to Japanese voice acting anyway. And then when we go to England, because I know that we do go to England at some point. Okay. This will be quick. Options, benefit language, voice, Japanese. Beautiful. And we'll continue. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says yes. Did you really? Okay. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she has to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Huh. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you so please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Oh god, how are they going to do this? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is very condemning. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Look at that snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon that can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun that I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove here. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Let me get that. I am now out of Baja Blast. Do I have water left? Alright, next hydrate I have to get up and get myself some water. I'd arranged to meet with a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Hi!
Hi! He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the hospital clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak picture here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears the diners toasted to their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Renosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? I could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience of that, Renosuke. Okay. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Well, if that was the case, why is there only one glass on the table? Oops. Present.
Hi!
Hi! That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd in the defense's inability to express itself? What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Why can't I read today?
Ugh. Renosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass picture here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does it make? What does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1?
quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Why is she wearing a mask? Sorry.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered the lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. I had no place to put the gun. I had a handbag with me. Okay. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. Small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass had absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes down to nothing.
You're trying to confuse the court with logic.
No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance here, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you really think so, Kazuma? He dies. Off screen. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Huh? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? In what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Why do you have a photo of this? This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that Naruhodo's son. Oh my god, Jesus. Was thrown against the wall. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag is entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Excuse me, I need to look at this. A rose. What's this? A tattoo? It's like a bull. Weird. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. There's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Whoa. Cosma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Huh? Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. Let the weaker meet while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Cosma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Cosma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis that we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby found you... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule out on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that this trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean,
then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question.
This is plain straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag of the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the Croach scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
I'm warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see a significant detail to which you have alluded. This tattoo. Why does it have this mark here? And let's present. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That's true. It looks like almost like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing to do but with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is the burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noted that he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
Why is like a little bowl mark? The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to this case can be shown, what is shaped like a bull? Oh, the plate. The plate has a bull mark on the side. Is it really that searing hot? Weird. I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. And I'm sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, so I hope that we might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. Can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? Let's find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Hi!
Hi. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Hi!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh, whoa!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. Oh. The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened on some other unrelated time.
Well, Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly a large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Hi!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any day before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds on that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
But how did we talk to him then? I guess he didn't have his food when we went to go see him, huh? Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot!
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp on the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp on the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. It's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It is highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't quite anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help.
Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Huh?
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, Mochiron, I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level.
Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration of you so graciously to afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
Hey! Thank you for the raid, Asmund Space. We are currently playing, The Great Ace Attorney. The collection came out on the Switch, and I have not played these games yet. They've been out in Japan for quite a while, but they just got recently translated and ported to the Switch. And I'm still in the first case. We're figuring things out. For those who don't want to get spoiled and want to play this game, feel free to jump out. But thank you for raiding. I very much appreciate that. Let me shout you out, actually, because I can do that.
Asben streams really cool stuff. If you want to say in text what you were doing, I mean, it says you were playing Detroit Become Human, but you can say, try not to spoil your own game, I guess, but you can tell us what you were up to if you want to, or what you do. You can talk about your stream and my stream for a little bit. I'm gonna continue with this. Finish your second run and it was great. Ooh, did you get a good ending or? I mean, I'm not really sure how to say good or bad. No, yeah, I would say that there are definitely good and bad endings to Detroit Become Human. And was your first ending a good one or bad one? Guess it was best. Okay, good for that. Not the most honest. That's fair. That's true. Because there's like, it's not so much about good and bad endings with Detroit Became Human. It's also like fair endings, like endings like relating to justice versus endings related to like law, I guess. But almost everyone lives. Okay, that's good also. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Alright, we're getting testimony from the Swan Lady herself. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. But the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That's an interesting way to say that. Because he also could have been poisoned. That's the only thing he could drink was that sparkling water. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history, thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all! It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's birth is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with cross-examination for now. I expect you to notice that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? I want to know about this, because if she has a clear thing, that could have been his cup, that could have been poisoned. But I don't really have any proof of that. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Did they find the bullet? Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty clear, but it's not an autopsy, it's just an observation. Which makes it a little tougher. It really just seems like a stain. In fact, that doesn't even look like a hole. It just looks like a mark. Okay, well... Was that sparkling water then? Oh, alright, well... What? Okay. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with a cross-examination. Alright, time for me to pull out my leggy part of my chair so I can lean back. I'm gonna lean back while I figure out this last case so I'm ultra comfortable when I send this lady to jail. Unfortunately, I have no idea what the poor woman Britain's wrist like that. We raise our glasses and toast. Let's press this real quick. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that correct? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, reader? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the course, it means, bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Yes, it is written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhagic from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. As there were no other signs of trauma to the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been caused by the bullet from your gun to put an end to this innocent man's life. That doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If that cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the core evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Professor Ouchie is right. Ugh. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you down me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought of calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi or Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back stuff here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. And I don't know what would it be. Wait a second. The anesthesia. No. Dentist. Imagine going to a doctor. They're just talking about doctors. Sound like a model patient. Bad case of stubbornness, Lord. She's only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. I think that might be it. Oops. I didn't mean to press that. I meant to go back one. Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the hands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you're investigated once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even... What is that? That even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Why did he do that? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting that police might be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Oh, sorry, was that me saying it? Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Yeah, when he said... Exactly, which means that even if investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We have to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean let's find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find the chink in her armor. Cosmo. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that has been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean that was Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. I may think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. Find out soon enough, I guess. Whoops, I said something at the end of that. Whoops. Once I press brown, her last statement again. Okay.
Hi!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Okay. Here. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. How do I do that? How do I target him now? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who was the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right with blue, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with left and right, and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A. Then pursue him with A. See what's on his mind. Here we go.
Mate.
Mate. I'm hitting right. I'm hitting right. There you go. Pursue.
Chotto!
Chotto. What's the meaning of this? Chotto. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looked like you were thinking of something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, looks like the latest remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that they took from the victim's table that day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, and I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Here you go. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay, well now I know what to do. We raise our glasses in a toast. Here you go. I will show you indeed.
Hi!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? And is that why this other man is dying in front of our very eyes? And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett. It was you. This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. It is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one's crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you for this disgraceful... Ooh, she said shut up. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at present time. We can find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? Tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot from the chest is from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Mirosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Mata! It's her. She's here. Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in furoshiki cloth. To be continued? Hello? How long is this first case? Alright, we're gonna save here. I'm gonna take a really quick break. I'm gonna go I'm gonna get some water and I'll go to the bathroom. Have a really quick break and then we will continue. I'll just put us here on, I'll just leave us here on this screen, but I'll just put my chair out. Just have my chair out, you know. Be right back.
Okay. Alright. For those who have been here since the beginning, what are you thinking so far if you haven't experienced the story? If you have, oh man, this is exciting. I'm very happy to be getting back into an Ace Attorney game, honestly. It feels good. There's just something. Oh, this is a longer first trial than I'm used to doing, though. Usually the first trial in Ace Attorney games are really short because they're always like a tutorial. But, well, let's continue, shall we? That was a really short break. I don't know if everybody's back. I just went to the bathroom real quick and got some water. But, hope you guys are enjoying this because I definitely am. I just want to finish. I was going to do the first two trials because I thought the first one was going to be short, but this is a really long trial, so I'm just going to finish this first trial, and then I'll continue tomorrow. I'll probably be doing it every day at 4 p.m. after I'm out of work. Except Friday, I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do on Friday. But I do want to finish this game. So, I want to finish this game before I go on vacation next Wednesday. Not this upcoming Wednesday, but next Wednesday. So, let's continue. November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom 2. Why are you here? Well, I understand you were the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my court?
Ha! A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ah, you're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded.
That's incorrect. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency...
I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Cure and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cure? What's that? I've never heard of that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
At least the voice fits someone going,
Females?
there was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Shouldn't I present this as evidence first? Report detail on an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at UMA University. Goodbye then, and good luck. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, and even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Did he have any other wounds? Blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or the patients would die of suffocation.
Is it possible that they use this as his anesthetic? But then why do they use it as his anesthetic? You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Whoops. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency.
Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order, order, order. Wart, wart, wart. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by visiting research student from England, curare has been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep inside the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by this arrow laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, it would have been squirming and writhing in pain, like the other diners, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he could collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just a paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly pure poison. And you're suggesting this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying...
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts? You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some knowledge.
It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
Sorry if you hear the meows of my phone. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame of a heinous crime? Oh my god, I can say that. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish court romantics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. That's incorrect. As you may see in the notes that she made herself, route of entry, the above mention occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. And if there is cure in there, then specifically, it could have entered in the wound in his mouth because he had just gotten a tooth removed. Now I have to wait for all of this to continue on. Island boys, someone from another island. That is also true, yeah. England is an island, so... The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. Of course, that was just the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are the most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There had to be a poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and lift a tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be a poison in that bottle, doesn't there? Or there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. I have to wait for them to realize this. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains poison. The culprit did put pure air poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? In this case would have ended up very differently if she had an ulcer. Yeah, it really would.
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible that bottle can contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
Hold on. First of all, I need to figure out what page it is in case they make me go, oh, what specific page is the one that has it? It's page 2, root of entry, okay. You need to think of all the things that don't add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer here is in the evidence we have in the court record. It has to be. Very well. The defense truly needs to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Her own notes. The answer to the riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato's notes. I concur. This report is too eccentric to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Don't write it like this. What? Synopsis, special characteristics is the name of the page. We've been hearing a lot about this cure air poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes? And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When the cure enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, You authored this research. You knew Curier's special characteristics, and you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little. Oh my god, that's an actual swan. Rapscallion. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curier is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yeah, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Well, no. The answer is obvious. He had dental surgery. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? I feel like this I could easily be like, excuse me, he just had dental surgery. We went over this. He had a molar removed. He has a hole in his mouth. That's a wound. That's a wound. Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Curier poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Igiari! There it is. The first objection of the Naruhodo family. Igiari! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curier? Could I? As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference. The toxic effects of Curier are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No, I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? This English woman, she just smashed that bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much as the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of the mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Imported chamois carpeting. It's so absorbent, this British rug.
Oh, of course, you're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using pure air. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit the crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have the shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Oh yeah, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Blood on the plate. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to the exposed identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Is that visible in the photo? It's not. Weird. Do we have a way to test that? Do we have luminol? I don't know if that's been invented yet. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright. I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving to the truth about all of this. It's It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. But why isn't it in the photo? Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Wait a minute, where are you going with this?
Where are you going with this unit's employee? I don't know why I turned to French for a second there. It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense!
Is the court seriously expected to believe something that the accused apparently just remembered seeing?
Mata! Hold it! I got. Oh, sorry. Oh, that caught me by surprise. I'm sorry for sneezing on stream. Oh, that really caught me on surprise. Oh, that hurt. Have you ever just sneezed like without without prepping your body for it? Ow, my chest. Okay, this could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate, in the intent of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Down the plate at your leisure. There doesn't seem to be any blood. No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate. Well, he took the steak from the sergeant as well. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. God, the racism.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly.
If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? Is it now? I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. I believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of this evidence in this trial would be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That Bloodstein was going to be a clincher. He's going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Well, here's the thing. Is this the right plate, is my question. There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. That clue will reveal the shocking truth. Actually... Hold on. Look at the shape of these bite marks. And then look at the shape of... No, that's the same one. Never mind. Is there another clue? What would the other clue be? And there's also like a little space under it. Can I lift that up? Whoa! Excuse me? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban form. The hallmark is from the Hoi era. No, I don't mean what... I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk about a Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard bullion and bouillon. I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... Can I look at it? Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoi era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated with juices as well, look. What do you think it would? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath it for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. One coin under the steak, there's only one logical explanation. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Under the steak. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban. Oh, I have to skip this text. Apparently I was supposed to find it here. There we go, I can present it now. Kokoda! Good gracious, that's... A Koban? What on earth? The Hoi era one at that. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question. Is it? Oh, sorry. Did he say is or isn't? This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the... Is it? Okay. Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, and I want no part of it.
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. Also, come to think of it, the real answer is these are bite marks. These aren't cuts. She's an English woman. She would be using her knife to cut the steak. She wouldn't be biting it like this. The only person who would be biting it would be some barbarian of the military. We're supposed to believe this happened in an accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoi Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. That's right, can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency? Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give him my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he explained what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found beneath the beefsteak is Curio Collector. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Raste, Curio Correcta. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese have become quite unfathomable. Curie means cucumber in Japanese. His name is Curio because it's an English pun, but they turned it back into a Japanese pun. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier along the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying something. I remember that saying he was up to something with that koban coin happening. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gun. I was too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoi Koban, the prized coin. I don't know why he didn't show both of the characters, because he was there with two people. This Hoi Koban, do you mean to tell me?
No. Please, why would Correcta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Correcta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both the witness that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element of the case. I can easily tell you what's going on. The military man stole the koban and hid it under the meat so the guy couldn't find it, so he can steal it. Oh, look how sweaty he is right now. And then she switched the meat plates. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploded by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Raste shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Correcta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Raste memory serves, have you ever seen this koban be— Ah! Oh, he stabbed the other guy in the foot! That's the one, that's the very one, that's the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoi treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. Oh, I switched his voice up around again. As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices.
Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who could do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing.
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant and attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Look at him. He's so sweaty. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this cobot incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hit the Correctasan's Koban is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Correctasan's Koban and hid it under the stake? Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Yesanosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido was the mastermind behind all this. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? On an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Oh. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. What? Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go in there and do some reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even, which is worryingly believable, and we have proof of that, actually. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course! How rude of us! Sorry, I keep forgetting to give him his voice. The breakdowns are so good. They are. They're always good in every single Ace Attorney game. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. What do you mean it's unrelated to the murder? It was on the table. Oh my god. This is so... Just be like, hey, it's obvious that these were slipped. Could you bring out the other meat because you said that you kept it as well? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat, that sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well, now that all that questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Igiari! And good day. Wait, why am I not saying anything? Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I hate it when it's this obvious, and it just takes this long to go this roundabout way. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. Trial will be over. Mata! Mata! Wait, Miss Brett. Yeah, this first case is definitely too long. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? Sheer nonsense is that. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. There you go. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory. Where's the evidence to prove it? The plate of steak itself. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork. There shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. He'll leave everything to me. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication in the teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Oh my god. Why is this one so long? Okay, mysterious teeth marks that allegedly been eating with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all that who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it'll solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping down my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Correcta-san's coin. He told us he'd slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put in the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tenshun? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier of the Imperial and Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table! And yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest doing such a thing would be an affront to the British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? Did he just realize what he just said? You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor Sam.
What now?
I swore on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did. Sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. Hi!
So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! She's biting her mask. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Oh, hell yeah, the music. The swell up. I know it. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're not the ones who decided it was a problem. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory served them well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show us the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. There you go. A perfectly cut steak. Sorry for keeping you. There it is. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one other person who could have possibly... There's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everybody knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Breakdown time? Done by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no. Oh my god, it's laying eggs of babies. There's just a bunch of chicks Oh my god. No, please stop her. Why are there chicks everywhere now? Incredible. She didn't take off her hat. I expected her hat to come off. Oh, I guess it's tied around her head. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using cure air. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because cure air is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave him immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. Okay, first of all, this murder makes no sense because she could have easily just been like, this poison is not known in Japan. I can kill this man right in front of me and be present at the scene of the crime and be like, oh my god, the man in front of me just died. It must have been a heart attack or something. She could have easily just played it off like not knowing. All she needed to do was get rid of the evidence. She could have just either spilled all of the water by making believe that she freaked out, like he just died. She could have knocked the bottle off the table so it'd be on the floor. She could have done a bunch of other things. This is a terrible murder. She did a terrible job. 0 out of 10, lady. You don't know how to murder people. I had the bottle of cure in my handbag. Oh, okay, well, never mind. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, and that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where you picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. It's very strange that I have not been able to see your face the entire time. Ms. Giselle Brett. What does that mean? It must mean something in French. Because je means I. Giselle Brett. Maybe it means like I did it or I'm guilty in French or something. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Takatsuchi, she does not lose. Not the likes of this rookie student.
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
You're not scared, Naruhodo?
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name, I will never be forgotten.
You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. My dude, why... Okay. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. And it's true. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accuser, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what will it look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asugi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty.
Yay, the sakura petals, they are falling from the sky.
Where from? I have no idea. This court is now adjourned. We did it, guys. It only took 3 hours and 40 minutes to finish the first chapter. That was way too long. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, never mind. It was her. I gave her dad's voice for a second. Congratulations to the both of you for providing Naruhodo-san's innocence. Probably could have finished Case 1 in the first half of Case 2 in the first game. Yeah, definitely. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report from Miss Bretz, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university to investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you, after all. Your effort to expose the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yuma University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? So Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all about this consular jurisdiction? I had to sneeze again, but this time I caught it. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? And even then, who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it.
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Red. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. The 20th century? So it's about to be the 1900s? I guess I can't really see what the date is. Oh, actually, it should say. Here, right? Force Motor Report. No, it just says 19 November. It doesn't say what year. Okay. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening's calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, there's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Pratt won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Maybe we'll find out in the future. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke? I just want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? I mean, yes, technically, but he's gonna say trust. No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed up into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now.
Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. This game has entirely British spelling in English, and it's throwing me off every single time they say something like realize and it's spelled with an S. It's like the tiniest little thing, but it always gets me. Alright, we're gonna save here and we're gonna end off. I guess I might as well see the beginning of the next case because it's gonna play anyway. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, I have to wait. It's just showing me all of the cases. Oh. Adventure of Great Departure. Yamanula Carnival. Adventure of an Unbreakable Speckled Band. Alright, that's what we're gonna do next time. But for now, I'm gonna return to the title screen. And I'm gonna leave it off here. Thank you everybody who came to watch this little adventure with me. It took way longer than I expected today, but I'm gonna... I should go...